Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good afternoon, and welcome to the stream. And I'm already having technical difficulties. I'm going to have to change microphones here in a moment because someone forgot to charge the battery of this microphone. And I think that's why the light is blinking. So I'd better do that right now before the battery dies. So I'm sure OBS Studio will just perfectly do this without any glitches. And there we go. Hopefully I still have audio. I will have to charge this later. So let's walk down the chat. I see that I have had a busy chat while I was trying to get started. So I'd like to say hi to Rudy's Retro Intel, Trina's Techno Babble, the House of Moth, Jay. I would try to send you cookies, Jay, but our family history with shipping foods usually results in the foods taking several weeks to show up and they just turn moldy, so not gonna try that. Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, Adam McGee, and I apologize if I skipped over anyone because the chat has been very busy. Oh, and Joe's Computer Museum is also in the chat. If I missed you, then yes, Adam, I would plug in a USB-C cable, but I got a problem. I only have one USB-C cable, and I need that to plug the receiver into the computer. So if I unplug that, then yeah, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think I ordered a second USB cable from Amazon, and it'll be arriving Tuesday, I believe. So unfortunately, not in time for this stream. But what is in time for this stream was a very timely Twitter survey. And apparently, with a 7-1 margin, the Twitters said that you wanted to see the Atari 400. And I can't blame you, because actually I kind of wanted to do something with it, because it arrived yesterday. So, yeah, Adam, that was my mic kit came with 0 cables. I bought an open box from Adorama, and I think they forgot to put the cables in the box, but I got such a good deal on it, I didn't want to return it because it didn't include the cables, but then that meant that, well, I didn't realize how useful those cables would be. Yeah, I know. By the way, Joe, I think you might have been one of the people that voted for Atari because 8 bits is all you need. Then again, maybe you were the lone vote for the LED Bright. But as a consolation prize, Joe, since it was your product that got voted off today's stream, I realized that I still have a product of yours that can be voted into the stream. Ah, Joe voted fruit. Look at this. It is the cutest thing in the world. It's a TinyCOMP. because I don't have an RF thing to plug the into this cable into. Which, by the way, if anyone actually does invent a time machine, could someone go back and maybe tell Atari that the huge, like 6-foot long cable coming out the back of the computer is just annoying? Thank you. So we will have to put the TinyCOMP into the Atari 400 so that I can see a video signal. But first, I need to turn some equipment on the workbench so that it can warm up so that I can use it. All right, so along with the Atari 400, which will be getting one of the absolutely cute and adorable TinyCOMPs so that I can have a video image, I also, in this auction, was included the Atari Basic book, which looks like someone wrote on some of the pages. How dare they? But looks pretty cool. Looks like whoever was doing this book might have gotten bored with it very early, so I guess I won't have to worry about all the answers being spoiled. And not only that, but it included a couple cartridges. So I have the basic cartridge, because without that, you can't really do much of anything with, well, I guess you can play games on the computer, but you don't have basic unless you put the basic cartridge in. Also, I have Space Invaders and Pac-Man. So a couple carts to try. And last but not least, and also my vote for possibly worst item in the lot, an Atari Power Brick. Yes, Adam, you to get back on the votes, yes, my patrons got to vote twice, if anyone's wondering. Joe or Adam mentioning that he voted twice. So not only could my patrons vote on the Twitter poll, but they also got to vote on the same poll on Patreon. It's just one of the perks. So that's also why if you go look at Twitter and you're thinking, wait a minute, there's 5 votes to 1. Well, there were 2 votes on Patreon and both were for Atari 400. So, what do I know about this computer? All right, I do know that the seller attempted to test it and the LED was on for a moment and then it turned off. So I am immediately suspecting that this power brick might be defective. It might not be outputting 9 volts AC. I'm kind of wondering, because I was actually watching a video by Jan Beta, and I think he mentioned as much, that these Atari power bricks were sometimes just as unreliable as the Commodore ones. So I'll have to check it. It's also possible that just something failed internally, so we will crack this open. But physically, the Atari 400, it has the really kind of awful style keyboard that has something spilled on it. The cartridge slot, which the spring is definitely springy. I do know that for some reason... Oh. Well, okay, maybe it's cooperating now, but the Pac-Man... Okay, so the Pac-Man cartridge actually inserts, because one of these cartridges was not wanting to stay in, although maybe I just wasn't doing something right. Okay, so the cartridges are going in. Alright, well, I guess maybe that's fine. It's got some dirt there. On the back, we've got, I think, what is the RF Modulator switch for channel. And on the bottom, we've got the information here. As if anyone's wondering, manufactured by Atari Inc., Sunnyvale, California. And serial number 526585. And then someone's applied this label here. I have no idea what this means. With no year. Yeah, I know. Someone stole the right cartridge slot. Because this is an Atari 400. Because, beggars can't be choosers. Other than that, I guess it's in decent shape. It's a little dirty. It's probably somewhat yellowed. I haven't opened it up yet. But we are about to do that. Assuming I haven't hidden the screwdrivers for myself. And yes, Rudy, I will take some pictures when I am done. Assuming I do manage to figure out where in this the TinyCOMP goes. So, yes, and I would like to thank Vintage Hillbilly Shack, who tipped me off to this auction on eBay. That it went for, well, I managed to get it for a total of $61.14. That included tax and shipping. The tax man always gets his cut. All right, so I think without further ado, let's get this open because I don't want to plug it in until I've had a chance to take a look at the power supply, since the seller plugged it in and said the LED was on for a moment and then it went out. So that tells me something internally might have failed. I'm hoping it might just be the voltage regulator. Yep, Thomas, I will recap it. I don't have caps for it because I just got the 400 yesterday, so I won't be able to recap it. I'm hoping, though, that maybe I might be able to get it running enough to see that it actually works. Because if it's a voltage regulator, I think I actually have some 7805s. So I might be able to fix that. Or if it's something like the DC jack is loose, or any one of a number of things. I'm not sure anyone's ever been into this, because this screw here, you might have just heard it crack. So, yes. Well, thank you, VHS, for sharing the auction so that I could have an Atari. Because if anyone, I guess, remembers my Septandy video, where I read the book Basic Programming for Kids by Roz Alt, there were 6 different models of computers that book goes, that the instructions of the book apply to, and the Atari 400 or 800 is one of those 6 computers. So I believe this is actually the first of those 6 that I have in my possession. I think I've got some leads on some of those computers, but I mean, and I do have the Franklin Ace 1000, which I guess is a clone of the Apple II Plus or IIe, which is included in the book. So, well, I guess that counts. But I guess if I were going by the proper computers the book covers, well, it would be the actual Apple versions. But the clones are probably just as compatible. Because if you also remember from Septandy, I still don't have a Tandy. Okay, so the Atari is slightly yellowed, which I guess should be expected. Do I have an Atari Basic cartridge? Yes, I do. It came with this computer. So, got it right here. I will be able to actually, if I can get this up and running, we'll actually be able to try some of the examples in the basic book. All right, so I guess I am going to have to remove this keyboard because it's otherwise going to be in the way. Yeah, I think I see why other YouTubers don't like removing that cable. Okay, so I guess looking at the power supply, I already see a few things that I don't like. Okay, I think that if you see that on the capacitor, I think that is the adhesive from the sticker that remained on the capacitor. So, yep, watch the plastic keyboard cable. Gotcha. I do see that the power jack is corroded. So I guess I'll pull out some contact cleaner on that. The capacitors are 40 years old, I'm sure, but oh, wait a minute. I think there's a date code on that. So 8225. Okay, well, I guess that would be 40 years old. Yes. Okay, I don't see anything that looks like it's popped. So I guess maybe what I will do is maybe do some voltage checks. Yeah, all right. I guess I'll do some voltage checks here. Which, first of all, starting with the power brick. Let's see here. I guess I will plug the power brick into surge protected outlets. All right, I'll plug it into my UPS because what's the worst that could happen? The stream goes offline and I have to reconnect. Real keyboard would be grand. Well, yes. All right. All right, so the AC power adapter is reading. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me enable the technology here for you to see what I am seeing. All right, and oops. No, that's. Hold on, I hit something on the multimeter that I did not mean to. There we go. Oh. Okay, so I am reading about 11 volts AC on the power brick. Oh. Yes, it would help if I actually show that. There you go. Now you can see what I'm seeing. Now, for some reason, it was Okay, well, I think that is a voltage that would be fine to plug into the Atari. So let's see here. We will plug it in. And I think the power switch is probably off. Ooh. Well, that... Let's see, I do not know... Oh, so it was probably on. Yep. All right. Yep. It's a good brick, and it's got power, but something does not have power. Actually... All right, well, I'm going to put safety glasses on, so just in case something goes pop, because I actually see something a little bit troublesome on one of the capacitors. So, let's see if I can zoom in on that. Ooh, look at... doesn't the lid have to be closed, powered up? You are right. Close the cartridge, yes. But I still do see that. And I don't... Diode check next. Yeah. I mean, I don't like the look of that. It looks like it... It honestly looks like it's leaking or something. Or maybe that's just where it... I don't know. Okay. All right. Yeah, that capacitor probably needs replaced. Actually, and I actually do have an LED. So it means I've got power of some sort here. I just had this interesting thought that what if the seller didn't know that they needed to close the cartridge door? What if the whole problem with this unit was that the seller didn't know how to use it? And they said it didn't work because the cartridge door wasn't solidly closed or something. Because, oh, look at that. The LED went out. Okay. Let's... All right, so I don't have what I would need to plug this RF cable into a TV. Because I don't have a TV that has that style of connector, and I don't have any adapters. So I am going to use the power of the oscilloscope to see if there looks like there's an RF video signal on this connection. And let's see here. I believe the oscilloscope is on that input right there. And that does not... That looks like complete noise. Let me try an auto set. Uh, Actually, the problem isn't okay. I don't see a signal. The problem is that is the end of the cable. I have several CRT TVs. They have coax inputs, but I do not have an adapter to adapt RCA jack to coax. That is what I do not have. Yes, the oscilloscope is also going to help me try to figure out which is the video and which is the audio going into the RF modulator. Which, actually, that would be a heck of a lot easier to put an oscilloscope on, would be that and not the what I'm trying to clip on. Yeah. Let me see here. Go for Space Invaders. Yeah, that's just use jumper wires. Yeah. Oh, just use jumper wire. Well, I guess maybe I will just have to go upstairs and grab a TV. You're right. I can just use a jumper wire. Well, let me go grab a TV. I think I've got one that's upstairs. And I should be able to do something with it. And a jumper wire. And I've got jumper wires on the bench somewhere. Alright, let me go grab that. I'll be right back. All right, I have a TV down here. It is, well, it is barely fitting on the desk or the bench. Whatever I've got it on. Okay, I do not know what channel the Atari is set to. All right, this is the jankiest thing in the world. But, oh, of course, and I bumped something and my jumper wire is bent. But, all right. Oh, all right. Let me see if I can't get my jumper wire back in. You know, somewhere in the house, I think I've got some coax cable. All right. Well, whoops, I think I broke my jumper wire. Also, I don't know if you saw that really briefly, but all right. Okay, so I've got I'm now trying to mentally remember where in the house I've got some coax cable of any type. But I don't know if you can see that. But yeah, that might mess up the TV. Well, this TV is pretty rough. Okay, so all right, probably enough of me trying to show you, but yeah, it's really staticky. Of course, that's probably because I don't have a ground connected, but I do see Space Invaders on the TV. So this Atari appears to work. Well, it probably needs recapped. Some of these capacitors look like they are just kind of really rough. But I think this works, which means I think I can attempt to install a TinyCOMP. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's working. All right, so now I just need to figure out which pin is which on the RF modulator. It'd probably be easier to do that before I remove it. So I don't know if this part number here, or I don't know if that number on the RF modulator, if that is the part number for the RF modulator. I'm presuming it is. Well, that could be a serial number. Because, hi, Steve. All right. Let me see. Atari 400 RF modulator. Do a little quick search here. There we go. Found a forum thread that probably doesn't have the answer I need. How about let me just put an oscilloscope probe on this and figure it out myself. It should be fairly evident which is which. All right, so I will use the capacitor as my negative clip lead. And all right, so there are 5 pins going to the RF modulator, and one of them is going to be audio and one is going to be video. And hopefully it will be, and so we are interested in channel 2. Let me see if I can hide channel 1. How do you? Oh, waveform off. There we go. Auto set. All right. So I believe the first input, or the pin closest to the LED, that appears to be a clock signal. Maybe. Well, that's not audio. I suspect that's a clock signal. That is... Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's a clock signal. Really nice clock signal. Okay, the second pin is... also the clock. Okay, maybe it might be a clock. Okay, 2 pins for clock. Did I accidentally put my... Oh. That's... okay. That's weird. What's this pin? There certainly could not be 3 clock signals. Alright, it does look like there's... That is really weird. Okay, what's this pin? Oh, there must be signals to this... That's another... What in the world? Okay, there must be more pins to this RF modulator that I can't see, because those all appear to be clock signals. Okay, those are all 5 clock signals. All right, we're gonna have to take the board out, because yeah, there. So yeah, so I was looking at these 5 pins because they looked like they might be the only pins on it, but I bet there are. I bet there's pins on the underside. All right, what better time to continue disassembly than now? If I can figure out, there we go, how this is held in. So it looks like the power board is held in with a screw here. Has a, all right, power washer on it that just fell off. All right. Well, Oh, there's the other screw. All right, let me get my next. Actually, a screw here. I think it's got a little star washer on it as well. And I'll have to find the one. And I bet I dropped it too. Oh, no, I think I can get my... There we go. All right. Got that. So... And then I think the power board should be able to lift it off of the main board. Or maybe I want to first remove... Oh, I think I want to remove both boards. Because they're both going to come out. All right. And there's the RF cable and all of its tangled glory. And let me see if I can unplug it off this board because it's in the way. There we go. So now, there we go. I can just set this entire piece off to the side. And let's see here if I can spot the other signals for the RF modulator on the bottom side of the board. No. Oh. All right, well, there's the star washer I dropped. So, okay, so... Oh, Jay knows Atari stuff. Well, maybe, maybe Jay might know the secret of the pinout of the RF modulator. All right, so here are the, I think, the 4 pads that are the RF modulator's shield. And then here's these 5 pins that all seem to be clock signals. Which they can't, I do not see anything else that readily, apparently looks like it's going to the RF modulator for signal. Which is weird. Really weird. Okay. Actually, yeah, it should. I just got to figure out how to not break this plastic piece. Oh, okay. There we go. All right, got it out. The RF modulator's lid appears to be firmly stuck. Well, I guess the warranty's void because the label fell off. Same modulator as the 2600. Let me see. I remember seeing a picture of that RF modulator somewhere. Not in those directions. All right. Let's go to jcm-1.com. If I can type. And Go to the product page and let's see, Atari 2600. And actually that does look like it might be the same RF modulator or very similar. Oh, no. It looks like it has 2 rows of pins. Yeah, I may need to desolder the RF can, but first I need to see if I can figure out what pins what. Unfortunately, I don't see a... Maybe this is a part number? Alright, let's see if AD 445974. Let's see if that comes up for a data sheet. No, that's not it. Nope. 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 That was a big nope on finding a data sheet. Let's see here. Aztec made modulator board 2043. That's the one that's in the 2600. Now, I don't know that that's what that is. I may very well have to open it up. I think the RF can is upside down, but it should open up. Has the input pin on the side 5 pin. Yeah, it looks like following the traces on the board that the two... I do have a plastic spudger somewhere. I'll try to pry it up. So it does look like these 2 pins here that I thought were a clock signal actually go to the RF jack on the board. So that's going to be RF out. And let's see here. So these 2 are the channel selector, going to the channel select switch. Which leaves only one. Does the Atari 400 not put audio out the RF modulator? Because there's 5 pins here, and the only pin that looks like it might be the video going into the RF modulator is this pin here, which is going to some mystery component. It's probably a resistor or something. So let's see here. It goes there, and it's actually going to that pin there. It does have audio through RF. Well, that is very interesting. I'm going to have to try to take it off because I don't see enough signals going into it for audio and video. Alright, I guess let me see if I can bend these fingers back on the lid so I can get it off and then maybe figure out where the other signals are. Okay, because we gotta put a TinyCOMP in this. It's the least I can do after well, I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to put the lid back on the RF modulator, but it may premix the audio on the main board. Oh. Oh, I bet I'm going to tap this TinyCOMP off the main board. Get the audio and comp off the main board. Well, that'll, well, that would, yeah, okay. Well, I guess let me bend these, fingers back, because this RF modulator is not going to spill its secrets. Well, that would probably explain why all 5 pins looked like a clock signal. Because they were probably actually a video signal, and I was probably zoomed in too close. Okay, so this board is not the board. The answer is in another location. All right, I guess we're going to have to take the RF shield off the main board, because the princess is in another castle. I mean, the audio and video signals are elsewhere. All right. Jay, I will provide these highly scientific weights and dimensions of the TinyCOMP. Size, smaller than an American quarter. Weight, lighter than an American quarter. Or thereabouts. I guess the other nice thing about... Oh. Okay, well, in that case, Jay, size smaller than the largest Dutch coin, and weight is lighter than the largest Dutch coin. How's that? These have been weight estimates with Justin, who doesn't really need to see what size the coin is, because that's how small the TinyCOMP is. Yeah, seriously, I'll pull the TinyCOMP out and show it on screen. In fact, I think my oh, here we go. My silicon soldering pad has a little metric measuring thingamajig on it. Well, I'll actually measure the TinyCOMP, but it's tiny. I mean, any larger and or any smaller, and I think Joe would have to pre-assemble them because no one would. Well, actually, I think any smaller, and Joe would be buying a reflow oven so that he could assemble them because they are that tiny. All right. Oh, there we go. I guess the other good thing is I now get to see how much RAM this has in it. All right, so if you've ever wondered what's in an Atari 400, this is what's in an Atari 400. So we have the CPU board. If I've opened this up, I am going to show you what's in it, including what appears to be factory. Someone scratched something off that chip and printed something else on it. That's from the factory. Weird. So it looks like there's the 6502 processor. It looks like it's a Signetics. And then an AMI, I don't know what that is, but that's probably like some PIA or CIA or something rather. So CPU board. And then, all right. It's not as good as it could have been, but it's not as bad as it could have been. So I have 16K of RAM. Because some of the early Atari 400s only shipped with 4K or something like that. So at least I have 16K. I'll probably upgrade it at some point to the 48K because then you can run just about anything you want on it. All right, so at least I got 16K. And then there's other chips. And I suspect the video signal I want is probably somewhere under here, so I'm going to have to find some wires or something. Gotta find a way to get the signal out. But anyways, Jay was wanting to know just exactly how small these TinyCOMPs are. So all right. So we will use this, what is that? I don't know what chip that is. There's the TinyCOMP PCB. Look how cute it is. I mean, I should have no problems fitting this somewhere in the Atari 400 if I could just figure out where the signals come from. So, anyways, Jay, the board is about, I'd say about 13 millimeters by about maybe 11 millimeters. It weighs hardly anything. Yeah, it's tiny. Yeah, it's like a little green pill. Don't like swallow it. But yeah, and the kit comes with, it looks like there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 resistors and 2 transistors. Okay, looks like I might have an extra one of the transistors. Yeah. 3 grams. Yeah, that's probably about right. I don't think it'll make your vintage computer weigh so much that you can no longer pick it up off the table. If that's the case, then you need to reopen your computer and check to make sure the cat didn't jump in it or something. All right, well, and that actually, I was just looking at this. That is one giant clock crystal. All right. And Thomas Armstrong sent me a picture on Discord of where the locations are. Let's see here. There we go. Red, yellow, black. All right. I think those are the red, yellow, black. And that means I now need to try to figure out what to do about wires. Because I was kind of expecting that I would. I was kind of expecting to use some things that were around the RF modulator. But yeah, it looks like I'll be able to put the. Oh, wait. That's right. I might be in luck. I just realized. Yeah. It was totally not appropriate for what I ordered it for, but I forgot. I have some of these wires, which will be totally fine for this. I don't remember what I bought these for, but I think I realized the gauge was too small for what I'd originally bought them for. So, yes. All right. So it looks like, looking at Tom's picture here, looks like red goes there. Is that right? Yep. And then I think that's going to be yellow right here and black. So, and luckily I have red, yellow, and black wires. So now all I need to do is take a moment and try to figure out how to get these wires out of the RF shield. And luckily it does appear as if there is a hole in the RF shield. So I think that's how I'm going to get the wires out of the RF shield, right there, that hole. Because I don't think... And unfortunately, because of the cartridge slot, I can't not put this back in. But it is very solid. So I guess that is probably going to be the method of egress. So I guess let's see if I can't find a way to attach some wires here. And I'm thinking I will... Oh, great. I love all the silly measurement units of measurement that are flying around in the chat. So first, I'm going to take a picture of a nice big picture of the board. actually, for my thumbnails, I actually usually use a shot of the PCB as the background. Also, Rudy might want a nice, very close-up picture of the points, so I will try to get some pictures. So if you have to drill a new hole, suggest using some silicone sealant to form a grommet for the wires. I am going to use an existing hole, and I'll probably, at least for now, because I'll have to probably open this up again at some point. For now, I will use some a zip tie to keep the wires from being able to scrape against the hole that's there. Because I probably will get the memory upgrade board for this, or I might actually upgrade the memory that's on here because it looks like it's socketed. Because the 48K would make this a much more useful machine. Besides, I bought a disk drive for it. So I think I do need some memory upgrade. All right, so I got some pictures. Rudy, I'll pass them along to you when I get a chance. So I should have a nice close-up picture of the area of the board I need to solder to. All right, so I want some red wire. I'm just going to... there we go. Unlike some of the highly scientific unit measurements that are going on in the chat, I am going to just cut off a looks long enough piece of each color wire. Actually, it looks long enough, and then I added 10%. So, and believe me, it's a totally fine unit of measurement. And the worst that happens is I'll have to cut more wire off these little spools. And I'm sure that this wire can't possibly cost more than, say, maybe 2 or 3 times what it did when I bought it the first time. A 1 megabyte memory board for this? I think that's more RAM than I might need for it. I think I'd be happy with 48K. All right, so I got some wires. Hi, Eric. Welcome. Should be about a nanosecond to wire. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, just hopefully won't add too much of a... I don't want people using my Atari to be complaining that the added lag of the TinyCOMP is affecting their gameplay. Well... And yes, VHS, better late than never. I did post on Twitter that I was running late. I guess probably what I really should have done is put it in the YouTube chat. I do thank everyone for sending me reminders to ask where I was, because I would not put it past myself to sometime forget that I scheduled a stream, but in this case, I was running late, pure and simple. So, yeah, I remembered at least post it one place, but obviously it was probably the wrong place. Anyways, I got some wires. I Guess what I need to do is strip them a little bit. Let me see this. What gauge wire is this? This is mystery gauge. Mystery gauge wire. I think it's probably like 20. Actually, it's probably 30 gauge wire. It feels 20. This is not 22 gauge. 20. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. That it looks like this is says it's 20 gauge wire, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. 300-volt. 20. I bet it's 22 gauge. That makes. Yeah. I think it's 22 gauge. Yep, this is 22 gauge. Well, Adam, I don't know. Fixed would imply it was broken, but it kind of looks like it might have not been broken in the first place. I'm going to chalk it up to eBay seller that probably didn't realize that you have to close the cartridge slot door. It probably didn't have it closed all the way, and so it probably turned off when the door popped open. So I am going to try to. Unfortunately, this is probably the point where I wish I had some hot glue so I could put a little blob of hot glue down once I solder these wires. So instead, I'm wondering if these vias are big enough for me to like desolder and then stick the wire through and solder it again. What would be the chance of that? I'm also looking to see if maybe there's a... Oh, that's neat. Actually, that via may be large enough to do that. All right, well, I'm going to give it a try. So let me move a few things so I can actually solder without. Yeah, it might actually be too big, but I'm going to give it a try. I just got to turn the smart plug on that's behind my desk that decided to disconnect from my Wi-Fi. So I can't turn it on from my iPhone because I keep forgetting to reconnect it. All right. I guess let me pull these two cards out to help so that I can lay this board a little bit flatter. So the CPU board goes in the back slot, chips facing the back. The RAM board is the slot, the middle slot. I guess there's the cartridge slot, but RAM. Oh, they're actually also different sizes. Chips also face the back. Oh, and looking at this board, it reminds me, I think I did figure out why solder mask was coming off of boards that I was putting through my ultrasonic cleaner. So next time I have to put a board through my ultrasonic cleaner, I will put my theory to the test. And my theory is that it was the semi-wave on my ultrasonic cleaner, because I started using it because it had it, and I think the 28 kilohertz is much more abrasive on loose solder mask than I realized. So hopefully next time I clean boards, I just am not going to use that mode. I will only use the 40 kilohertz, and hopefully won't have any more solder mask come off of boards. So that also might mean that for a upcoming live stream, or yeah, I might have to apply some solder mask during the live stream. All right. So I have the board here. So I'm going to put a red wire here. It is going to go in on this pin here. This, I believe, is a through-hole capacitor. It's marked C16, it looks like. Or no, C164. But it's going to go here. Yeah, we're doing I'm doing a TinyCOMP mod. Yeah, for what I paid for this Atari 400, though, I couldn't get an 800. The Atari 800 is definitely I think somewhere I remember reading the Atari 800 might use the same cable as the C64. Ah, actually, component leads get a little bit warm when you desolder them. And actually, believe it or not, my wire actually will go in the via. So there we go. I now have a. I do need to find something to set this on, though. There we go. So at least for that component, I won't have to worry about strain as much. AV cable for VIC-20. Yeah, well, don't quote me on that. I might have cables mixed up, but I thought I was thinking the Atari 800 used the same cable as the C64 and I guess VIC-20, but I could be wrong. All right. There we go. There's our red wire. I guess let me cut that wire. All right. Okay, red wire is in. And it just kind of right there, right in with the capacitor. All right, the yellow wire goes believe it's this one here, which is R169, but on this side. So let me see here. I think that is going to be 1, 2, 3. So on this side of the board, I think that is that component, that lead right there. So let me see if by chance I can do the same thing on this resistor. And once again, I think, there we go. And it might work. Okay, this via may be a little smaller. You have two-sided tape. Maybe. I might. Let me see here if I can't. I think the via is the right size. I just have to get the lead out of the way. Or, maybe not. Okay, so maybe that's not going to work. Hold on. I might actually get that to work here. Let me just really gently. All right. Let me. So basically what I did is I kind of bent the resistor up out of the socket so I can put the wire down in the via, because I think the leg was bent just a weird way, because it looks like they're both going to fit back down. Which will be nice because that means oh, hold on. Well, I thought I could get it. All right, let me try one more thing. Okay, so maybe these two won't go down in the via like I thought they would. A loop of vinyl. I might have something. Side of the cartridge shell. Yeah, I think I'll find a good place to attach it. But we're not there yet. I gotta get these wires. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do because I can't. I thought I could get these two down in that hole, but instead, what I'm going to do is. There we go. There we go, and I'll solder it. I'll solder it to the resistor on top. I'll just kind of. There we go. Okay. All right, so actually, VHS, I thought this was stranded wire, but it's actually solid core wire. So I can't clip a. I can't. There is nothing I can clip to get it to go down through the hole. I didn't realize this was. I don't have any. Apparently, I don't have any stranded wire. All right, but okay, but I'll just have to solder it on this side and hopefully I'll use some Kapton tape or something to strain relief it. Actually, I will have to put some Kapton tape down. There we go. Yeah, ideally I would have stranded wire, but I don't. Well, unless we go to, like, household wiring gauge, but that would just be silly. I think the last wire I'm going to need to attach, actually, it goes right near here, and I suspect I'm not going to be able to. Okay, well, let me get this wire. I'm just putting some tape down to hold it in place while I solder it, and then I'll have to remove the tape so I can get to the last spot, and I'm just going to hook the wire around and solder it. All right. And last but not least, the black wire goes on the there's a capacitor. It's actually really close to this. And let's see, I think it's C162. It goes on this side, right here. And I don't think the V is big enough to try to squeeze the wire down under it, so I'm not even going to try on this one. I'm just going to hook the wire around and tack it on, right like that. first, ideally, not covering the spot where I need to tack it with Kapton tape. And then I'll just put some tape down to just kind of give them a strain relief there. And I might be replacing the yellow wire because I just burnt the insulation. All right. Actually, it might be fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do is because the hole I want to put these out is on the back of the RF shield. So there we go. Hopefully that'll work, and I'm just hoping a piece of Kapton tape will be enough to kind of maybe provide a little bit of strain relief. That might be too big. All right. So there we go. Red, yellow, and black. So I think now I need to see here. Where's the hole on this? Ah, yes. It is going to be in the... All right. We'll feed these wires through. So there's that hole there that was in this RF shield for who knows what reason. Maybe Atari thought they'd have to pass a cable through this at some point. Yes, I know I got to put those two cards back on this. I just wanted to make sure that would fit down. Okay. Let me put the RAM card in. Rudy, this is some cheap wire I picked up somewhere that I'll see if yeah, 22 gauge solid core wire. It's kind of one of those ones that you get in a little box that's got 6 different colors in it. I don't know if I've got a link for it or not. But it does help, though, that when you feed the wires around, that you don't get them in the way of the cartridge slot. Okay. So I think I got them. Yep, that looks good. All right. So I got them out and around and back behind, and now I need to zoom out so I can. So there's the box. I don't remember if I got that from Amazon or where. Oh. Um. Maybe Thomas Armstrong can tell us what wires which, because I went by his color codes. But yeah, that is a very important question. I don't know which is which, actually. So, Thomas, if you're still in the chat, would you let us know what the red, yellow, and black signals are? I presume one is going to be audio, one is going to be video, and one is probably ground or something like that, but yellow is video, red is audio. Okay, I will double check with the scope. Let me just at least put enough screws in this that I can turn it back around and not not think fear I'm going to short something out. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's double check what these signals are before I finish buttoning that up in case something doesn't look right. Let me, though... All right. Move a few things. All right. Let's see here. Power board. Pins aligned. Okay. Okay, put space dividers back in. Let me see here. Find the AC power. Turn power on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did I unplug that? Oh. The cartridge. There we go. Alright, so black should be ground. We'll put the oscilloscope that. I think yellow is probably going to be video. So click that. Hit the auto set on the oscilloscope. And switch to the capture input and that. Doesn't look right. Maybe it's red. I'm expecting. All right, let's try channel 1 on this oscilloscope. All right. Channel 1. Like my oscilloscope is. That is weird. Okay, let's. Let me do something here. Because my oscilloscope has shown nothing today. All right. So that is. Go and. That is the test signal on the oscilloscope, for anyone wonders. All right. Yes, my oscilloscope is working. Is it possible that scope have a test post? Yeah, just that's the test post on the oscilloscope right there. So it is working. Maybe these 3 points are. Okay, well let's try these signals again. Now that I know that the oscilloscope probes are working. All right, so channel 1 is the fancy oscilloscope lead. I'll put it on video, or what we think's the video. Channel 2 is the not so fancy probe. I will put it on audio. actually, I'm going to do something wild and crazy here. I am going to clip both of my oscilloscopes to actually a negative point on the power supply and not the signals, because maybe the signals are not what we thought they were. Yeah, the RF cable just disconnected really easily. Okay, now that actually looks like something. That doesn't look like. Those look like the same somethings. It should be running Space Invaders. That doesn't look like a video signal, but that could be an audio signal. Need one more wire for plus 5 volts DC. But Rudy, at the moment, I'm trying to figure out which one of these is video and which one of these is audio. And at the moment, they both look like audio. Yeah, I don't have an RCA. I don't have an RCA. Might have a cable I can. Let me see. I might have a cable I can sacrifice in the name of science. Let me just. See if I can find it. Um. Da, 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 da. Well, okay. All right. My soldering station's getting jealous. Okay, so I'm just gonna take the TV and it'll probably sound staticky when I first turned it on because it's been unplugged, so it forgot what volume I had it set to last. Because quality TV. Even the original RF cable. I was thinking of. I don't want to splice the original RF cable. I'm just gonna try to hold the. Okay. I'm just gonna try to hold these against the the video in cable connector here, and see if I see a. Oh, this is not going to work. You need the remote control for this TV to actually put it onto the AV input. Well, yeah, Well, if I put solder on it, then it'll... Well, the problem is this. I gotta go get the remote for this TV anyways. Because I can't put it onto the AV input on the front panel. I don't know where the remote is. I guess I could... Well, no, I don't want to use my... I don't want to feed that into scalar. I might... If I got the signal wrong, I don't want to... I'd rather damage the TV that's actually probably won't be damaged if I... Because none of these signals should be 5 volt or anything high enough to damage this TV. And I'm trying to stall while I try to remember where the remote for this TV is. All right, let me go. I think I know where the remote for this TV is. Let me go upstairs and find it. This TV. I don't think this TV will. Let me double check. But I think this TV is... Yeah, it's not... It's not that smart. This is a badly designed TV. It actually requires the remote to get to the AV input. Because if you just scroll the channel inputs, it goes from channel 69 to channel 2. If you scroll back the other way, it goes from channel 2 to channel 69. It's not recommended for... I wouldn't recommend going out and buying one. Not that you can buy one new, but it's a Magnavox something. Where's the model number? I don't know where. Oh, there it is. It's a Magnavox RD0945. I would just avoid it for retro use because if it doesn't come with the remote control, you're going to be finding a remote control for it. Yeah, it's a really dumb TV. But Grandpa gave it to me. It didn't cost me anything. Well, I had to go buy a remote for it. That did cost me something. Well, Rudy, the reason I'm trying to connect to TV is I don't know which signal's which. When I used the oscilloscope on these 3 wires, they all 3 appeared to be audio, which is weird. I don't know. They all appeared to be audio because it didn't look like video. So I wanted to just confirm because my oscilloscope, I don't know, my oscilloscope is also might be acting weird. I guess maybe I can give it another try with the oscilloscope because... Okay, I'm going to try the oscilloscope again. I'm just going to try one input. I'm going to use the... Oh, I'm going to use the input that has the standard probe on it. The only reason I haven't put the basic cartridge in is because... Well, because of some irrational fear of damaging it. It's probably the cartridge I was most interested in, honestly. Okay, I'll put the basic cartridge in. What's the worst that could happen? I blow up the basic cartridge. There. That's probably not the rarest cartridge in the world. Okay. So I have the oscilloscope on what I thought would be the video connector. And it's on channel 2, auto set. And that is nothing. gently tap the sledgehammer till it starts making noises. Okay, now that actually might have had a signal on it. Or not. Well, that appears to be a. You know. Okay. 2.98 volts. Okay. So the red wire seems to be 5 volts. Yeah, Rudy probably speaks sense, but I'm trying to try things. Then chat's going faster than me trying to try things. Which wires? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which wire's which. I've put in the basic cartridge. I don't know which of these three is video. None of them look like a video signal on the oscilloscope. the The red wire seems to be at 5 volts. And the yellow wire seems to be at like 3 volts. Video should be at like 1 volt. Okay, so I'm clipping my oscilloscope negative to the negative side of one of the capacitors on the power supply, and I'm gonna try again because I'm wondering because I don't know what this black one is. Because I'm thinking this black one might. Okay, so the black. Wait a minute. This black wire is at 12 volts. What? Maybe that's a bad place to. Okay, let me see if I can't find an actual ground, a good ground. Oh, you know. Okay, I need another point to clip on. Okay, hold on. Ground, 12 volts ground. That capacitor is probably a bad place to clip onto. Um. Clip there. Okay, I need a good ground reference that I know is ground, like truly ground signal that I can actually clip the ground probe of this oscilloscope on. And I'm having trouble identifying such a location. 1, 2. Okay, I think this is ground here. 1, 2, 3, 4. If can't, that won't clip. Okay, can't clip to that. Yeah, I'm trying to find a ground for the oscilloscope probe. Because without that, I'm just getting weird readings. But I'm having trouble finding a ground that I can clip to. That I know is DC. That's probably not going to stay. Okay. I'm not sure I have a really good ground though. Okay. Well, that's... I don't know what that is. That might be because I don't have a really good ground. That is... Okay, I guess I need to... Yeah, let me see if I can clip that, because I don't think I got a good ground. That... Okay. There we go. Maybe that's... Okay, maybe I got that. Okay, let's try this again. So the yellow wire is... Well, auto set. That's... Okay, I don't know what that is. That... I haven't blown it up yet, Joe, but I'm just totally confused as to what these three wires are. I don't know what the yellow wire is. It seems to be at 3 volts. That wire... Well, that just appears to be noise. That's... thunder outside. If this stream comes to an abrupt end, it could mean one of two things. A, I tripped the circuit breaker trying to figure out this Atari 400, or B, the thunderstorm tripped an even bigger circuit breaker somewhere else. I believe the 3 signals I've been told to connect to are wrong. Because none of these look like video. I mean, I've got something in that shouldn't have any audio. Actually, okay, I'm having trouble figuring out which one's video. So let's try the other tactic. I'm going to put Space Invaders back in, which I believe has audio, and I'm gonna see if any of them look like audio, because oh, also I lost my ground clip, so that might... I don't know when it came out. Okay. Well, I bet it came out at some point while I was testing it. I didn't even realize it. Okay, well, the red wire, I think the red wire is 5 volts. I really think that red wire is 5 volts. And I'm going to clip the end off so that I don't short it against the other 2 wires. And that just looks like noise down at 0 volt. That might be ground. And I have no idea what that is. And that's at like 3 volts. Yeah, let me meter the red wire. Which means I gotta strip it again. I think these 3 points are wrong. Because I'm not... Nothing makes sense about these 3 signals. None of them look like video. All right. Oh. That would help if I went to volts DC. Ooh. 4.97 volts on the between red and black. Yeah, this this red wire is it's 5 volts. This is yeah, that's 5 volts. And that's like 2.9, that looks like 3 volts. Okay, there's okay, there is something wrong with the 3 points that I've soldered to. I'm pretty sure I've soldered to the ones that are in the picture. I don't know what they're supposed to be, but they are not video and audio. Yeah, I schematic for new video soundboard for Atari 400. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I see the PDF. There's a lot of words in it. Okay. I was hoping it would just be. Yeah, this PDF is oh, I got a text message. Oh, an unimportant text message. Okay. Um yeah, I guess I'm going to let me these wires are going to have to come off. I don't know what they are, but they're not. Yeah. Okay. So this is okay, so the 3 wires I've attached, they really appear to be the wrong point. Rudy, I am having trouble reading this PDF. It has a lot of words, and it seems to begin with something that's telling me that the Atari 400 doesn't have the correct signals on it. Maybe I'm misreading something. And then it's Trick New Board, a section of. And then there's a schematic on the back that doesn't. Connections to A1. I don't know what A111 is. I'm not an Atari person. And it looks like I need parts that I don't have to follow these instructions. Or I'm not sure I have them. I don't know. I have trouble reading PDFs while trying to live stream at the same time and sound halfway coherent. But yeah, someone's going to have to translate Atari code names to. I don't know what an A1, or is there like a chip marked A111? That A. I don't see. Oh, and another document. Oh wow, that's a lot of points. Well, maybe I'm totally misreading this, but it kind of looks like from my reading this, I can't use the TinyCOMP. Ah, motherboard, female DIN plug. Yeah, okay. So it looks like Joe sent me a document with an AV mod for the 400. And, well, it doesn't, that's not what and then Rudy sent me, or Thomas sent the PDF, and there's a schematic, and I I I don't get what it's trying to tell me. I'm not an Atari person. I don't see an A111 connections to A111 on 400. Is that because that's on the power supply board? Rear of CI85 on 400. CI85. Or what's CI85? I'm trying to look at this PDF. Someone's going to have to give me a clue as to like where one of these components is. CI85, because I'm looking at CD45. Yeah, I would have just pulled the wires to the bottom of the RF modulator. Well, the problem is on this Atari 400, which now I can't see what I'm. Oh, I'm still on the oscilloscope. Yeah, the problem is. Someone please correct me if I am wrong and overlooking something, but by the time the signal gets to this RF modulator, it's already been, the audio and video have already been mixed. So I can't connect the TinyCOMP to these signals because they've already been mixed. Yeah, lots of, it looks like there is a solution, but I have TinyCOMPs. I don't have any, I don't have the parts for some of these other things. I don't, I usually have to order parts for most everything because I don't have a huge collection of just spare random parts. So it looks like I can't use a TinyCOMP on the 400. Because the 400's doing something weird. Because it looks like by the time it gets the RF modulator, the video and audio signals are already mixed. So I can't use those. And I'm trying to, there's this PDF I've got that I can't tell that the parts that it's giving some component locations, but I don't know if those components are, oh, wait a minute, here we go. I just found the A111. It's right here. Okay, maybe I might actually, okay, so schematic of the new video soundboard for Atari 400. So connections to A111 on 400. We got VCC, LM3, sync LM2, LM1, LM0. And so it looks like okay, maybe I'm getting somewhere now that I found the part. So okay, so it looks like the signals go into this chip and 3, 2, 5, 4, and they come out of the chip and they go through, it looks like some resistors that are probably over here somewhere, and I'm probably going to have to just figure out which are which. And then those all are tied together to a video signal. And it looks like I'm going to have to cut a trace. Color of to rear of CI85 on 400. See text. Oh, see text. Means I'm going to have to read the, I don't know what the chip is. It's a, CD4050. Non-inverting hex buffer. All right, well, okay, so maybe I can figure this out yet. Let me get these wires off because I think I've confirmed they're in the wrong place. And I'm about to try to read this PDF. All right. Well, I guess if I find out that one or both of these wires were actually correct, then I can always reattach them. Oh. Well, that. And unfortunately, I just broke a capacitor that was on the board. Okay. Yeah, I need to take a breath, VHS. I'm trying to assimilate information and I just made a mistake. So now I got to figure out what C182 is so I can find a replacement. Okay, well, at least I got one wire off. Yeah, I don't know what the component is that I broke. It's marked as a capacitor. I don't know what kind of capacitor it is to know what the value is at the moment. I guess I might have to remove it from the board. Then maybe I'll know what it is. Oh, well, that was easy. That was almost too easy. Oh. Apparently that actually wasn't soldered that well to begin with. Okay, well. Apparently one of the wires I soldered, it was a cold solder joint. What would you know? Alright. Okay, so I guess I gotta remove remove the capacitor I broke here by accident. It just like snapped right in half. Alright, well hopefully if I remove it, then I'll be able to turn it and read it, because I gotta figure out what it is. Alright. Let me see if I can figure out which leads it is. Should be... I think it's this one here. Yep. That's it. Okay. Well, let me... Well, I got half of it out. I suspect this is an axial tantalum, or maybe it's a ceramic. I don't know. All right. Let me find... All right. I got the capacitor out. Okay, so let's see if I can figure out what it is. So it is marked looks like CGW 104 Z5J 8225. Probably the important part is it says 104. So that's probably going to be the value. Okay, so it looks like in the chat's got the found the video pin, perhaps. I gotta see if I can find a 104. I don't know what kind of capacitor this was. Does anyone have any clue of what this was? This was a tantalum or a... Although, honestly, it kind of looks like it might just be a ceramic cap because of the way the silk screen under it. It kind of looks like they... I bet this is just a ceramic cap. Okay. I bet I actually have something that can replace that. It's not an axial. It's not going to look the same, but I bet it's compatible. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. That's going to be the... That'll be the trick. Can I find it? That's should be in one of these boxes here somewhere. Because it's going to be a bog standard capacitor. Okay. I think these are the same things. I think these are 104s. Which actually, if I can get my little microscope here and to read the printing on them, I think these are 104s. There we go. 104. All right. Now, the only problem is it's going to be a radial cap and a axial location, but, well, I'm not even sure you can get that type of... whatever. I probably got the two reversed. I'm not even sure you can still get capacitors like that anymore. You might be able to, but I bet you'll pay for the privilege. Alright, so I'm just going to try to... Alright. Well, it will look kind of silly, but... Well... Once I put the RF shield on, no one will know it's there, except me. I'll remember it's there. But it is the correct value capacitor. And for once I made a mistake and I didn't have to place an order from Mauser for one part to fix my mistake. I mean, probably, I suspect this is just a filter cap, so... Okay, there we go. Mistake fixed. Alright, there we go. It's a capacitor, it's the same value. It's hopefully... Yeah, it's 50 volt rated, so... I don't have to worry about whatever rating the old one was. There's no way that's more than 50 volt. Okay. So, it looks like we got video coming off of pin 12 of this chip. And it kind of looks like from the schematic I'm looking at that it looks like I actually want the video signal potentially off of out of the resistor network. Which I guess means I'm going to have to go pull up the Atari 400 schematics. All right. So let's see here. See if I can find the correct page. All right. Pokey, the PIA. Where's this chip? The A111. All right, I've got the schematics up. I'm trying to look for trying to find this chip here on the schematics. And for some reason, I do not see that chip on the schematic. That must be on. Oh, okay. Maybe it's right there. J110. Oh, okay. Ah, here we go. Okay, that's why I can't find it. It's because on the schematic, that's not shown as a chip. It's shown as the individual uh, non-inverting hex buffer bits. Okay, so it looks like all right, so it looks like these resistors sum up the luminance components. So it looks like I want to grab the video signal off of R180. I think I actually want to grab it right here. Oh, but you can't see. I think that is going to be video. And actually, if I can put this back together enough to put it on the oscilloscope, I can at least check that out. Yeah, let's see if I can get video. Let me see if I can find the video, and I'm going to try that. Try right. I think I'm going to have video there, and I guess I need a ground. Let's see, what can I clip onto that I know is ground? That's a good question. Oh, I could. I got the schematic right here. Maybe there's a convenient ground on this. See, there's R174. R174. Can I? R174. And one side of that is ground. Ah, I bet ground is right there. Okay, I think I found a ground point and a video point. Okay. And see if I can get the power board back on. I might have to find another ground point. Fine. Oh, I think there's a ground. Might be able to clip on to this. I think there's a ground on here. If I look carefully enough. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh. All right, let's go. I'll have to be careful, but okay. So I got a ground. I don't like how close it comes to the 5 volts beside it, but I'll just put a piece of. Let me see if I can put a piece of Kapton tape on that side of the alligator clip. There we go. All right. I think my oscilloscope probe should now be grounded. Let me push the. Let's see here. Can I outsmart the Atari? Well, I'll just manually hold that switch down. All right. Let me see. Nope. I want basic cartridge because we're looking at video. Let's see. I need power. All right. I think I've got it clipped to something that should be video. Let's hit the. Now, that does not look like video. Yeah, that's not video. Maybe it's the other side of this resistor. Let me see if I can get my oscilloscope probe out. All right. Maybe it's that side. Let's try that. Wait a minute. Is that? Hold on. That doesn't really look like a video signal. But yet it. Oh, it's something. Looks like it's the wrong voltage for video, though. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not gonna wire anything. That I'm trying to find the video signal. Let me see if I can find pin 12 on this chip. Well, actually, I don't think I'm gonna be able to clip to it, even if I wanted to. Maybe it's R. Okay, let me try 176 maybe. Might be the wrong side of the... I think that might be the wrong side. Okay, no. Okay, let's see here. R171. I'm basically on the schematic over around the video section. If anyone's also looking at the schematic and has a potential point for me to try and see if it's a video signal, then by all means, put it in the chat. Although I can't guarantee my oscilloscope probe's going to reach, because it might not. I've got to find a different, I got to find a better ground point, because the ground I have is interfering with my ability to use the oscilloscope probe. All right. Ideally, I need a ground. Actually, the CD 4050 would have to have a ground to it, but I do not see the... Alright, I need a... Well, I could find an electrolytic capacitor that was close enough that I knew was actually not... Yes, this is welcome to... Justin wants to probe this thing and cannot find a point to ground to that the ground lead will attach to and not short something out. Alright, the video on this thing is just ridiculously complex. Wait, did Rudy, did you find something that's user meter in continuity mode? One, eight, pin 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, is that? I think I found the ground I was looking for, but I don't think I can clip to it. Nope, I'm not gonna be able to clip to it. All right. I just want a ground that I can clip to, that I know is ground. R174. Oh, I had trouble clipping to that point. Okay, that's not a good point. No. Wait. Can I clip to that? Is that it? I don't know if that's ground. No, I don't know that that's ground. Okay. Okay, that'll... I don't know. I know, I'm on the oscilloscope. Basically, I'm trying to find a point. I need to be able to probe here. I need a ground point that this will actually clip to and stay attached. And I cannot find I cannot find a point where I can reliably attach to. Well, I could. I've already broken one component. Well, I still have to find a reliable ground. Although I guess I could use this point on this electrolytic point here. Oh. I guess the other problem is I think the ground does need to be on the board. Yes, I would find a ground pin on a chip, but if I'm going to solder a wire onto something, I am not soldering one onto a chip. I'm just gonna put it that. If I do manage to pull another Justin, I would rather it be a component that's easier to replace than a chip. Capacitors are fairly easy to replace. Resistors are easy to replace, although I quite honestly am having trouble finding a resistor that I know is on ground. I do not, yeah. There are in fact, I'm not sure I have most of these logic chips as spares. I do, well, I mean, I don't have the electrolytic as a spare either, but there's, it's a 16 volt 10 microfarad. Actually, if I did manage to destroy that capacitor, it would be a radial and not an axial, but I actually think I have something that I could I could actually fix my goof today on that capacitor. It'd just be a radial, but I actually have something. I don't have many of these chips, so I don't want to goof on them. So let me just solder a wire onto this negatively to this capacitor. Just something that'll give me a ground lead. Because that's the thing. If I don't have a reliable ground point, then I could find the video signal and not know it because I've got a bad ground. I guess the other thing is I don't want to. And yeah, this might not be the prettiest soldering, but I just need to. There we go. All right, it's soldered. It may not be pretty. All right. But it should at least give me a ground point that I can ground to. And now I'm just going to There we go. All right. It doesn't look pretty, but now I have a extra long ground lead. Of course, the other thing is now, I mean, let me see if I can find something to hold that switch closed gently, because that switch looks fragile. But I, trying to use my, I need both hands to try probing things. Let me just take a piece of Kapton tape, and I'm going to gently tape that switch down. Most importantly, while I'm doing this, it's temporary for debugging, and I'm not going to remove the cartridge. So, all right. There we go. Okay, now maybe I might get somewhere, because I should have a reliable ground. And okay. So let's see if I can't. Actually, the other thing I'm tempted to do is just. So we thought pin 12 of this chip might actually have the video signal. This is a 16-pin chip, so actually, this should be pin 16, 15, 14, 13. So 12 should be right here. 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't think that's a video signal. Oh, well, actually, you know, maybe it is. Let's just really zoom in. No, that's not a video signal. I don't think. That's not video. Okay, so maybe 10? No, that doesn't look like video either. Besides, that's marked. It looks like that's one of the luminance values. That's it. 12. The first one. So that right there is a video signal. Because the peak to peak voltage looks wrong to me. Although maybe that's what the TinyCOMP corrects for. Because actually, I thought, because okay, now I want to check something here, because looking at the schematic, Actually, I think by looking at the schematic, this might actually be the whole signal. Because I think chip pin 12 off that. I think this is the actual whole signal. I think pin 12 that I was on the chip, that's just one part of the video signal. Although, I don't know. I still thought video looked a little bit different than this, but I would almost. Of course, then again, maybe the reason it looks wrong is because, let's see, R171. Where's R171? R171. Is that R171 right there? No, that's not R171. Q107. Oh. Nope. Why can't I find R171? 77, 78. 78. Huh. Okay. 180. And it should be at 5 volts. I thought video was like 1 volt. Or is that why there's parts on the TinyCOMP? I think that's video right there at R180. I think that's the whole video signal. Which I think there's a no, the signal before. So you mean that one? I don't, whoops. That's one of the videos. I don't think that is the... Yeah, I think this signal here is Luma. Because it looks like it's actually part of Luma looking at the schematic. Because it's marked, that's LM0. Because there's also LM1, which is here. I think that's another part of Luma. And LM2 is going to be here. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I don't see... Luma 2 looks like it's... Oh. And then there... I think this is Luma 3. Which, depending on what I got on the screen, maybe... Yeah, if you have a preferred time division to zoom out to. Anywhere on the 33K, 47K, or 10K is all mixed video. 33K, 47K. $33K, 47K, or 10K. None of those match the values on the Atari schematics, which is weird. You know, this is annoying. I was looking at the official Atari schematics, and they do not match the values on this other schematic here. This value here, according to the Atari schematic, this one. Pin 8 is ground on 4050, yeah. I mean, is that a video signal? Because this should be a point. Oh, wait. Maybe that's actually the one I meant to be on. No, I guess maybe that was 177. Yeah, okay. I mean, my only thing is the voltage seems to be high. And I thought video was supposed to be a 1 volt or somewhere closer to 1 volt than 5 volts. If someone has an answer for that, that'd be great. I don't want to fry things by. TinyCOMP is just a signal amplifier. Okay, well, I guess this is the video signal right here. So it's on R177. Although it should really be on any of these resistors here, I think. But maybe not. Maybe I'm on the wrong side of these resistors. Maybe that's why. No, that's not right. I don't know. Looking at the schematic, it shouldn't matter which of these resistors I'm touching. I should see the same thing on all of them, yet I don't. But I mean, that. Yeah, no. It's kind of the weird thing. It's like. Because I can turn this board upside down and. One, two, so 12. The traces to those resistors must be on the top side. I just want to double check that I got the right. And 12. I'm not sure I've got the right IC in front of the socket. One 180, 179, 178. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I got the R180, 170. I think that's 179, 178, 177, 176. Okay, so there's the resistors. And okay, so we're going to look at. So I'm going to probe a signal on the underside of the board, which should be all of those resistors summed up together. And should be Oh, those like should be one of the this is kind of makes no sense. Okay, so that's one of those signals. I think I'm about to no, I don't have any alligator clips. That's where those resistors are all connected together. And they go off. And are then connected to, 171. Where's 171? All right, I'm trying to find resistor 171. Because it should have, on one side of it, all of the video signals that have gone through the resistors that are all tied together. But I can't find resistor 171, which leads me to believe that the schematic might be wrong, or it's giving me the wrong resistor number. No, it's not fixed yet, Trina. I'm trying to find the point that has the entire video signal on it. I found points that I think have parts of the video signal, but I haven't found the one that has all of them yet. And it's partially because I cannot find resistor 171. There's 176, 180, 177, 178, 170. Oh, well, maybe that's our 171 right there. $170. Okay. Maybe that's it. Okay, let me try this. Okay, so I think R71. This it's not the greatest, but I think this right here is not the signal I'm looking for. Yeah, it's near the. That's not it. 170. 180. Well, it looks like a video signal. I don't know that that's the full mix though, because looking at the underside of the board, that's not the full mix. That's one of the individual components. But when I put the oscilloscope probe on the side of those resistors that are all tied together, I don't get anything that looks like a video signal, and I don't understand it. Because this is the side of these resistors that are all tied together. That should theoretically be before the resistors. You need the signal after. Yeah, this should be the signal after the resistors. They're all tied together. It's a but there's not anything that looks like a video signal here at all. They're unless my oscilloscope keeps missing it. 'Cause that's after the resistors, and that is not. I don't get. That's that's not a video. I don't understand. Is the cartridge in, and the door? Yeah, well, oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Is the cartridge in? Yes, the cartridge is in. Is the door closed? Yes, the non-existent door is closed. I've got it taped shut. The LED is on. It's getting power. This is this is so looking at the underside of the board. This is bust under the board. These are the resistors in the schematic. But I don't see. So I think I should, according to the schematic, and I'm looking at both the PDF one that Thomas sent, as well as I found the Atari 400 800 service manual. On both sets of schematics, this side of the resistors should be the full mix, but I do not see a full mix signal on this side. But yet I can turn the board over and I see where they're all connected. However, the only thing that looks like I've got a partial signal is like right there. But I think that's only one of the luminance signals, not the full mix. As I can see the connected trace on the bottom of the board. So that's it's like it's like maybe there's something wrong. I certainly wish I had I wish I had one of those adapters so I could plug this RF. Actually, maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. Let me probe the RF out. Well, that. Okay. Let me. Actually, I think my oscilloscope is... Well, you know, maybe I did just answer my question. Maybe... Because actually, I'm not getting anything of any sense at all. Maybe it crashed? I don't know. That... Okay, I need a signal. Okay. So that is... So I am getting something. But that's not full mix. That should be full mix. And yet that doesn't... make a bit of sense. All right. Let me see if I can find a... out, data in, clock in. Okay, this is weird. It should, I would think, but I'm having trouble measuring anything at that point. I don't know if it's because the... Let me plug in the RF wire, because I need to rule out that it's just a... I can't get the oscilloscope probe in far enough. Yeah, the RF, there should still be a signal. And... that is not a signal. I think something has happened to the Atari while I was working on it, because or something happened to my ground signal one, because that doesn't look like an RF video signal, which is why I could really I would love to be able to just plug that into the TV and keep it plugged in so I can at least see if it was working, but just before, measure just before the signal goes into the RF. Okay, I gotta figure out which signal that is, and I'm gonna do that by just looking at the board. That is 1, 2... Nope, it's not that one. It's not. It's okay. Okay, I think That is... I don't know. I'm, okay. We're measuring at the RF can. I'm going to clip to the RF. I don't know. That, still the same computer. I'm going to have to go out on a limb and say that something stopped working because that doesn't seem to be a video signal at the... Alright, I need to somehow plug the TV in. Have... Alright, let me go... I don't know, something just doesn't seem right. It's like, I don't know. I'm not seeing the same signals I was a little while ago. It's like something on this board has stopped working. Alright, let me just double check that I've got... Just making sure that I don't have like a little piece of wire or something that's... No. Could it be that cartridge is... that's the basic cartridge, because it seems like everyone was saying the basic... I mean, it could be that cartridge. I did swap to it at some point, because I thought someone said use the basic cartridge, not the... Uh, there's... The Atari 400 only has one cartridge slot. I am on... there was only one place I could plug it in. So I do know that I am using the correct cartridge slot. There is only one to pick from. Alright, that's Space Invaders. Maybe something's wrong with the basic cartridge. Which would be a shame. I kind of bought the computer for basic. Okay. Yeah, Adam, I think I have a coax cable in the garage. I don't have any tools for stripping it, so it'll be the jankiest cut it in half and splice it job in the world, but I guess I can go up and... I have no emotional attachment to it. I pulled it out of a scrap bin. Only drawback is it's a RG6 cable and not an RG59 cable, but that won't shouldn't affect the ability of using it as a attachment point to this TV, but um yeah, I guess let me take the moment to take a little break and go get that cable upstairs, and we'll go from there. And maybe I can plug this TV back in to at least see, do I have a picture. I'll find something to cut it with. It's just getting through the RG6 cables, like, shielded better. So stick a paper clip in the TV RF input and alligator clip. I don't want any alligator clips. Alligator clips are on my long list of things to get when I get a chance, and every time I go to Amazon to buy little things like that, well, something inevitably pops up more important than alligator clips. So, let me go get the RG6 cable. We'll at least start from there. Okay, so I have coax cable. I have the TV sitting on the shelf below the benchtop surface because there's no room to really put it on the bench and you couldn't see it anyways. So, with the Space Invaders cart in, apparently I flipped the channel 3 at some point, but I do have a really nice game screen coming out the RF signal. So, there is video. Now, I guess let's see what the basic cartridge does, because maybe the basic cartridge is dead. Okay, so if I do the same test with the basic cartridge, I see a ready prompt, although it's a solid blue screen. I also hear it. Oh, wait. Yeah, so it looks like both. I have a video signal on both on the RF output. Now, that would theoretically mean that if I put the oscilloscope on the RF output, well, I'll use the basic cart. Well, actually, Space Invaders isn't a solid blue screen, so I think there's a little more variation to look for. Maybe Pac-Man would be the better choice, but okay, so if I put Space Invaders in, turn it on, and we'll hit auto set on the oscilloscope. I don't know. That doesn't look right. Actually, that looked so weird. I'd almost be tempted to just go get. Alright, so this is. Oh, actually, the. Channel 1. Set. I don't know. RF. Okay, maybe that is RF output signal, but. Yeah, I guess that is true. It's going to be a mixed signal, and it's. I don't know. Well, I've got a picture. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble seeing it on an oscilloscope. And I guess because it is audio and video mixed, maybe I just don't know what to look for. But I think the. All right, so I think everything is correct. And I guess if I need to double check, I can grab the RF cable and just kind of hold it into the RF jack and make sure that I at least. Okay, I still have a video signal. Okay. I use the TV to confirm. Okay, so. Let me double check. Yeah, that's the. So, now back to my initial quandary that this should be video. I'm pretty sure this is the video. Can you get your probe on the input signal going into the RF? Maybe. Uh, I mean, I. Let me see if I can confirm if I can find that RF modulator on this the schematic just to confirm which pin it is. The I thought we were looking for a video signal. The RF, once you have video and audio, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. Okay. Um, 5, 3. Okay, 2 is RF out. 1 is. Was it 4? Okay, I think pin 4 is in. Okay, that is RF in to the modulator. I have no idea if that's correct. It's a auto set isn't really helping on my oscilloscope. Why does it feel? Oh yeah, it's 80 degrees in my basement. No wonder. I know I don't know what that is in Celsius for you non-Fahrenheit people, but it's kind of warm. Zoom in a bit. Oh, it's actually pretty zoomed in already, but maybe I'm at zoom out, I'm going to presume, because no. That's 50 milliseconds per division, which whoops. Okay, there is still a I well there it is it must be video because I still have a picture on the TV. Uh it doesn't look it looks like noise at 3.75. It just looks like noise to me, but then again if it's a combined video and audio signal, then I guess it would look like noise. Still seems to be a voltage level that I wouldn't quite expect, but my oscilloscope is really not cooperating on this signal. Quite honestly, I'm wondering if I might need to try another oscilloscope. And again, maybe that signal's right. Maybe my oscilloscope is showing me exactly what it sees, but it does. does not look like the signal I'd be expecting, but then again, I don't know what an RF signal is supposed to look like. Let me go to a signal that that's not the RF output. That's just a signal that I knew is different, so I could maybe. That's one of the luminance components of the video signal. So now maybe okay. Actually, maybe I might be able to set the oscilloscope a little smarter now. Okay, let me move that to about there. Let me see here. Oh, and okay, now maybe that does look like okay. I kind of see what looks like the 0 volt levels on the video signal there. I move the position down so I can increase the yeah, there we go. Maybe that kind of there we go. All right, well, thanks, Rudy. I think I did finally get the oscilloscope adjusted to where I can now see that does appear to be a video and audio composite signal on the RF input. So yeah, I'm probably gonna stop at some point too, because oh, okay. So yeah, I guess I think one thing I just probably going to have to do is yeah, okay. Well, at least right before you had to go, Rudy, at least I could get you something that resembled the signal we were looking for. Okay. So that I guess it's probably just going to have to let me see if I can't let me see if I can't arrange my windows so that I can try to figure out why in the world. Okay. I don't feel as bad now. I just wanted to check something. All right. Let me see if I can get this so that I can share the schematic. Let's see here. Screen share. All right. Build the TinyCOMP and try that signal. Okay. Well, I guess that is one thing I could do. Is oh yeah, Bill. Yeah, it's kind of hard to bill a TinyCOMP because well, they're a TinyCOMP. They're not like Bitcoin miners or something like that. Maybe that's what I should just do. Take a pause for a moment of trying to find signals on a board that seemingly don't want to be found. Let's build a TinyCOMP. I mean, that is assuming I can find a place to safely set this. There we go. Okay, we're just gonna build a TinyCOMP. Enough oscilloscope probing for now. All right. I'm just gonna build one TinyCOMP, not two. But when you buy a TinyCOMP, you get two TinyCOMPs. All right. Also helps to not place your glove on the sharp edge of a component lead. All right. So we got this cute TinyCOMP. And I don't know if I was supposed to get heat shrink tubing with it or not. It's very possible the heat shrink tubing is still in the envelope this came in. But I think I've got some. I might have some heat shrink tubing somewhere. I think it's on my shelf. Okay. So let's build the TinyCOMP. I think it says to ensure your computer or console is in proper working order before you make the mod. Well, as far as I can tell, the Atari 400 is in proper working order. So just the video signal is kind of being elusive. It'd probably help if I actually sat down and walked through the schematic and the PDF I was sent, but whatever. Okay. So, should have a okay. All right. So, select all the parts needed to construct. The solder side is the one with all the component values. Okay. Install the resistor for 2.2K and 3K. First bending the leads as shown in the picture below. All right. Well, let me pull out my meter. All right, so I think these are. Just trying to figure out which components are which. Okay, so these are the 75 ohm resistors. And this is probably the. That's weird. That's weird. Huh. That's weird. Okay, that's 74 ohm. And the other resistors don't read, they're not reading anything. 2.2K and 3K. Did I accidentally hit? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna power cycle my meter, because I may have accidentally put it into some weird mode, but because these other resistors are reading as open. All right. Okay. Second, I gotta set the print rate. Okay. Now what? And then I want to hit the relative button to. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah. Apparently the program for reading the multimeter did not like me power cycling the multimeter. There we go. Okay. Let's try that again. So there we go. 74 ohm resistor. That matches the description. These are probably the. This is really weird. Okay. Let me get my backup multimeter to confirm. Hold please as I move everything off of the top of my tool chest so that I can get to my backup multimeter. Alright. I mean, this is really weird. I don't. Okay. Maybe my fluke meter's just having a bad day. Okay. Let's see. 74 ohms. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be a 2.2K. Okay, that is weird. I do not know why my fluke meter would not read that. unless I've put it into some weird mode by accident. And I guess these are the 3.3. Oh, those look like more like 3. Oh, 3K. Okay. Those are the 3K. These are the 2.2K. All right. I don't know. I'll have to look the manual for the Fluke multimeter. I thought it was in auto range mode, but maybe it's. Oh, maybe it. Maybe I didn't have it in auto range mode and didn't realize it. Let's try this. There we go. Okay. It must have not have been in auto range mode. Okay, that's. Yeah. All right. That's better. Okay. That's why I have a backup multimeter, is so that I can. Yeah, Thomas. The instructions say that 74 is close enough. Yeah, if I could. All right. So the solder side is the side with the values. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and put both TinyCOMPs together. Why not? Oh, it'd probably help though if I confirmed you could see what I'm doing, and I just confirmed that you cannot. All right. So it says to install the resistor for 2.2K and 3K, but first bending the leads as shown in the picture below. All right. And the picture below shows bending them like this. And if I go by a strict following of the guidelines, the gold stripe would be at the bottom of the component because that's what the picture shows. Although, in reality, that doesn't matter, and I'm just being really adherent to the pictorial instructions. So, yep, all right. And I have this one put into the board like this. Which you can't see because I promptly moved it out of frame. That's the one drawback of the TinyCOMP. They are so tiny, it is really easy to put them in a part of your workbench that cannot be seen on camera. All right, I'm going to go ahead and order. I'll get the other pins later. I just wanted to kind of make sure the resistor didn't fall out. All right, so there's the 2.2Ks packed on. All right, the 3K. Go like this. And I guess I will again go ahead and, well, actually those resistors will stay in place. Plus I can probably tell them apart now. All right, install the 75 ohm resistor, which fortunately or in this case 74 ohm. Apparently it's close enough. I mean, after all, NTSC video, never same color twice. Or never the same color. Never twice same color. She can come up with plenty of acronyms to fit it. So, now what's one of them short among friends? I'll have different colors every time anyways. Okay, and I probably should go ahead and solder the resistors on. You know, it'd be really nice if I could put these in some sort of a board holder. Like the Justin's custom TinyCOMP board holder 5000. I guess it'd be the Binford 9000. There we go. Look at that. Custom TinyCOMP holders. Oops, and I got some solder where I didn't mean to get it. Let me try to wick that up. I might have to use the desolder station to get that solder out of that hole. My solder station is at 750 degrees Fahrenheit. And this tip is relatively new, and it's actually a genuine Hacko, too. Yeah, I would, too. And it does melt instantly if I touch the... maybe I needed to tin the tip. It's actually working a little better now that I tinned it. I don't know, maybe I've managed to... Yeah, no. Maybe I do need to try another tip. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this solder station's temperature's not calibrated right. Because, yeah, this solder should be flowing. Yeah, I'm with you, Jay. This solder should be flowing a lot. All right, let me see if I can remember how you change the temperature on this thing. All right. Okay. Well, I'm trying to change the temperature of the iron. And maybe my next goal on coffee should be to buy an actual brand new FX251 solder station and be done with it. No, 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 no. I'm trying to increase the iron temperature just in the event that it's not as hot as the... I don't remember how you change the temperature. Fine. Yeah, this is... Come on. I think the tip's cooled down because it's in the mode waiting for me to finish setting the temperature, and was it really that easy? No. I have a tip on my old iron. Okay. All right. Oh, the good news is that I think I still have a tip on my old iron, even if the tip is just really badly in need of replaced. And okay. So, for those of you just joining, I just pulled out my old Hacko FX888D, which I had no trouble with. And I'm waiting for it to warm up. I just wanted one of the solder stations that had the nice heaters in the tip style because everyone likes those, and seems like, quite honestly, I think I've had nothing but trouble with it. Oh, now look. So my old FX888D. Now that right. Oh. I think I know exactly why I've had so much trouble soldering lately. Apparently, my new solder station is, well, new to me solder station is not heating the tip to the proper temperature. Well, I guess I'll just have to go back to my 888D and buy some tips for it. Because I think the tip I've got on it is, well, it's more oxidized than I really want. Alright. Look at that. Yeah, that just soldered the leads right on. Okay. Alright, you know, I'm going to get these TinyCOMPs built just in time to have to end the stream because I always call family at 7 o'clock on Sundays, so I'll probably actually have to install the TinyCOMP later. Maybe it'll give me a chance to do a little more reverse engineering of the schematics and find the point where I really want to use. I mean, I can try the RF input, although, but the thing is, though, it looks like it's the audio and video signal combined at that point, which I think is the wrong signal, but maybe from that I can follow the schematic backwards and find the real signal I want to use. So basically what I'm doing now is I got solder in the holes for the transistor on the one board because my soldering iron was not cooperating nicely. So I'm just going to use the vacuum solder station real quick to get solder out of the holes. But while we wait for that, I guess for this other board, okay, maybe blue tack isn't the greatest of board holding things. When it gets hot, it just kind of it's a sticky mess now. Okay. Well, I was going to clean the boards after I assembled them anyways. Okay, so install the transistor, and it says to make sure the emitter connection is placed in the hole that is marked with a small e. Well, I do not know. I don't know which one's the emitter. The silk screen is. Rudy, if you do another revision of the TinyCOMP board, maybe you might use the silkscreen marking that actually has the flat edge. Oh wait, but the picture has the flat edge. Okay. Yeah, the silk screen on this particular board's different from the one in the picture and the instructions. I like the silk screen on the picture and the instructions better than this silk screen here. It's a lot clearer to know which way the transistor goes in. All right. There we go. Now that I got the transistor in, let me see if I can't solder it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find the audio signal given enough time and effort and frustration of the schematics. Well, I guess now I can, I think I now know why I had so much trouble the other day removing that chip from my Amiga. Because I think that was might have been the first time I'd used my new solder station. And it's probably because my soldering iron was at some not hot enough temperature to actually do much of anything. Well, and it probably has been all month. Alright, well, I've got a TinyCOMP built. I'll have to kind of clean the... Well, I'll have to find some heat shrink to maybe put some heat shrink over these components. I might yeah. Yeah, it might help if it was had a little marking or a little something to help you if you'd have a non-round transistor. All right. Oops. No, okay. My desoldering gun might need cleaned. All right. Well, I think I need to clean it, but at least I can get this other TinyCOMP built. Oh. Just kind of bend the leads a little bit so I can insert the transistor. Oh, wait, yeah, here we go. And there we go. And there's the transistor. Is this? All right. And I just freed up the space in my iron holder because all right. And I think that's 2 TinyCOMPs assembled. Yay! Guess I do need to kind of get that blue tack off of it. That kind of melted on it. Let me see here. Maybe I'll just put them through the ultrasonic cleaner. Although they're going to fall out of the... I may have to use put something in the basket to keep them from just falling through the grates in the basket. Maybe I'll find a little container and put some isopropyl alcohol in the container and just let them sit in that. Clean them. It's the blue tack more than anything. Now, I guess the one last step, which I don't see the heat shrink in the, oh, you can't see those because I've yet again put them off screen. They're so tiny. Is to put some heat shrink on the components to keep them from shorting on things, but I don't. There was not any heat shrink tubing in my kit. I've got heat shrink tubing somewhere. I'll just use IPA. I just got to find a little container to put it in because that's yet another thing that is on my list of things. Which in this case, it's things that I just need to remember to grab some from the master bathroom closet and bring down because I got some of the little paper cups and that would be great. But yeah. I gotta, oh, I don't need any heat shrink tubing. Okay. Well, that would explain why it's not in the kit. All right, let me see if I've got anything that I can use to put a little bit of isopropyl alcohol in to let those soak for a while. Let's see. I don't have any small containers. Oh, the heat shrink was because the original transistor was metal. Okay, that makes sense. That would be why I don't need it. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, sadly, I don't have any small containers down here. The bad thing of now all cameras are digital because one of those little 35 millimeter film canisters would be perfect for this. So I guess if what did I get done today? Well, I figured out the Atari 400 actually works. Beats me if I haven't found the video. Well, I guess I've got a lead on where the video signal is. Don't know where the audio signal is for the TinyCOMP. I got the two TinyCOMPs assembled. I just need to put them in some isopropyl alcohol to get the blue tack off from where they're so small I couldn't use my normal board holder. I don't want to put it in the anti-static bag because I reuse these for other small boards. That'd just make a mess. I think I figured out that my new solder station is not working correctly and I'm outside the return period on it. Oh well. Well, I guess I can double check that it wasn't like a 60-day return period, but I think it was only 30. So if it was 30, then I'm out of the return period. Bummer. I bought it used off eBay. Seemed like I don't know. It seemed like it was working. It gets hot, but I don't have one of those soldering iron probe temperature things to be able to check it. So it probably, well, it's obviously not getting hot like it's supposed to, which is disappointing. So I'll just go back to my FX888D, and I guess I'm going to have to buy some new tips for it because the one I had in it seemed like it was getting a bit oxidized. So, well, I guess all right, deal with that. But hey, TinyCOMPs are cute. And if I can figure out which wires to use, then so be it. Well, I guess I'll do that later. I was going to remove the wire that I got soldered. It'll probably just come off. I have a feeling it didn't solder very well. Yeah, I guess that is where I'm going to have to leave off. I would have liked to have been able to plug the Atari in to actually use it, but I guess more research is required. I guess if anyone has a lead on where to get the audio or video signal better distilled than the instructions I have, which somewhat look like they might be designed for a specific upgrade board that I don't have, leave a note in the comments and I will investigate it. So, and I'm also, before I lose the screws, I'm putting them into a bag because I invested in some just Ziploc plastic sandwich bags for putting screws in. And we'll get into the habit of putting the screws in a bag if I don't put the item back together during the same stream so that I do not lose the screws on my desk. Because, spoiler alert, when I actually try to put the Amiga 1000 back together, I am probably going to have fun with that because the screws are all over my desk. So yes, now you see the other thing is I'm trying not to get the Amiga screws mixed up with the screws for everything else. Ha ha ha. Yeah, because I did a horrible job disassembling the Amiga. And actually, I just figured out the container I needed for putting some isopropyl alcohol in. I'll just use one of these Ziploc bags. So anyways, I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. This stream is now going to be drawing to a close so that I can go call family like I always do this time of Sunday evening. And I think the next stream I will have will probably be Thursday. Although maybe if I get a good lead on where some of the components are, or where some of the points I need to do on the Atari, maybe I'll squeeze a stream in between now and Thursday. But Thursday, I will be working on the Amiga to try to kind of tidy that up before July. Because in July, I hope to start working on the Franklin Aces that I have, since it will be Apple II July as the lead up to Kansas Fest. So even if the Amiga's not done, well, I will set the Amiga aside for July so that I can work on the Franklin Aces. I guess that is what's upcoming. And that I am going to make sure that I have the correct place for my mouse. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining one last time. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you next time. Take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.